Hello and welcome back to San Jose, Costa Rica. I am Erasmus Vance, joined by Amelia Potter for this afternoon, will turn into evening session. We got juniors and sub-juniors in the 120 and the 120 plus categories for you here today. First will be the 120s, both the juniors and the sub-juniors. 8 lifters waiting to come on stage. And the first of those will be Chris Grondin opening his squat at 75 kilos. I would take a wild guess here and say that he has some sort of an issue with the squat and is just taking an attempt here to put up a total.
Yeah, well, it seems like he's changed his attempt, so I'm hoping he didn't hurt himself in the warm-ups. But he's obviously taking a token squat, and he's doing it raw as well.
That is 3 white lights, and he has a squat on the board. I do not expect him to come out for a second and third time, as there would really be no point in doing so. Maybe he can fight it out on bench and deadlift, we'll see about that. But we are already moving on to Jean-Paul Haciendo Martinez, 255 kilos on the bar.
Bars loaded.
Yeah, and by the looks of it, actually, Grondin has put in a 325 kilo second attempt, one of the biggest jumps I've ever seen, but I think maybe just unsure about depth in his knee wraps, or maybe just wanting to secure that opener, but I imagine now he's gearing up.
Well, it's either that or he's giving the courtesy minute to the other lifters. We'll see. And that is 3 white lights for Martinez. Quite a big jump in weight here to 337.5 for Josue Aguilera.
Just adjusting the rack here. Quite a low rack height here for Aguilera. Seems to be looking at the timer go down before he heads up. And yeah, it is a low rack height. Some of the heavy lifters do like to do this so they can really dig into the position. Oh, but no, he said it seems low. The spotters and loaders point to the board and say that's what you put in.
And this does seem too low for him.
And that means he kind of has to do a quarter squat before he even walks out the bar. And you can see he's unsteady as a result.
Ooh, and well, I'd say lucky that the J-hooks for the bench were there to catch the bar. But he's gonna want to increase that rack height going in. There must have been some sort of an error.
Yeah, and we saw as a result, actually, the next lifter's coach come out and ask if he can help, because Magnus, I imagine, already has his knee wraps on and they don't want to have to wait. And he has actually came out and helped him.
And as you mentioned him, there is Magnus Vatnamot Halvorsen, 340 kilos on the bar for him. The sole competitor in the 120 sub-juniors, so just needs to get the openers in. And he's set for a world title. But with this squat opener, he might be looking at the world sub-junior record, currently standing in 366.
Magnus actually holds the current sub-junior squat record in the 120s, a 366. Oh, that is tough though, and he knows it.
That was tough. It is 3 white lights and a good lift for Magnus, but maybe the result of him having his knee wraps on for too long, you can really lose the feeling in your calves and feet.
Yeah, I was going to say exactly that. Remember, the lifter before had quite a gnarly fail, and so the coach came out to actually try and speed up that process.
Ryan Creasy, 342.5. Definitely in contention for a podium today. Seems like the favorite to grab the silver medal, but of course he has not done a single lift yet, and in equipped lifting things can turn really quickly.
His legs are shaking. He keeps trying to brace, but his knees just aren't bending. No, and he shakes his head. Just seemed to struggle to get his knees to bend. Is really, really shaky. We have a look here, and you can probably see him and catch him on the replay a couple times, trying to start descent and struggling. Eventually just shakes his head.
Yeah, as he tried to brace, he completely lost control of his lower body, just started to shake uncontrollably, and, well, that's another miss in the opening round. Something that is not uncommon in equipped lifting, but we would like to see these lifters regain their composure and be successful on their second and third attempts. 350 kilos on the bar for Oleksiy Lysenko of Ukraine. Another one of the definitive podium contenders in the 120 juniors. Very experienced competitor, been competing since he was 13. That is 3 white lights and a squat on the board for Lysenko, who hops off the platform.
Yeah, and no surprise, we're seeing some of the biggest weights we have all week in this flight.
352.5 kilos on the bar for Bayar Magnai Yargal Suren of Mongolia.
Has a personal best of 360, so just 7.5 kilos below this, which actually is super close. A decade of competitive experience at the age of 23 is nothing to shake a stick at.
That is not the fastest opening attempt we've seen. It's a 2-to-1 good lift with a depth call from the left-hand side referee, but it was not super slow either, and he just seemed to be under control.
Yeah, and that's the thing. When we get to weights of this size, they do tend to decrease the tempo, you know, slow it down a lot because they have to keep steady so much weight on their back.
Absolutely, to overcome inertia of 350 kilos moving down, it really takes a lot of energy, and you want it to move as slow as possible. Andrej Sip now of Czechia, 380 kilos on the bar. Opening 10 kilos below his personal best.
Yeah, by far the favorite to win. A really talented young athlete. His last year as a junior, and the world record currently is at a standard, so no one's met it yet. 415 kilos. 380 is not so far off if he's making these big jumps, but like you said, it's close to his best. Certainly looks strong. Let's wait for those lights.
It's a 2-to-1 no lift, just a smidge over adequate depth.
That closes out the first round for the 120 lifters on the board. Seat, Chrissy, and Aguilar witnessed their openers.
And that is round 1 done. 3 lifters without a squat on the board.
Yeah, not a great sight to see, especially for Sip, who really just needs his opening attempts in to take the title, and I'm sure something he wants to do and more in his last year as a junior.
Absolutely, he's gonna want to recuperate and get the next attempt in. All 3 of the lifters will want to, and I mean, to be honest, every single lifter here will want to get all of their attempts in, as many as possible, as that is how you win. 275 on the bar for Jean-Paul Caicedo Martinez.
The 4 lifters in this weight category who have got their openers in, obviously an advantage here that they can build on their opener. Hip shot back there, making it really tough for him, but battles through.
He was practically doing a good morning lift there instead of a squat. That was quite an effort to get that up, and let's hope it didn't take too much energy out of him. Of course, he is somewhat outside of the podium contention, but we'll see what he can bring. 325 for Chris Grondin. We're gonna see now if he comes out or if this is just a token attempt, so the spotters don't have to take all the weight off and the competitors get their minute of rest. As this is a rather short flight, 8 competitors, and in the 120s, these larger athletes usually need more time to recover in between attempts.
Yeah, and it seems like just that. He's just giving that extra minute to his competitors. You know, sportsmanlike thing to do, especially for these heavier weight fellas where, you know, they're lifting upwards of 300, near 400 kilos. It certainly makes a big difference. And just looking at what's going on so far, 3 of the top contenders for both the overall and for podium are in a bit of a pickle, having missed their opening attempts in Sip, Creasy and Aguilera, and really does open up the door for potential others to push here, like Jargoluson and Usenko.
And as the clock ticks down for Chris Grondin, we can take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, Eleiko, SBD, and of course visit Malta. We had multiple championships there. Eleiko providing us with the best equipment on the platform, and SBD providing the athletes with a quality gear choice, singlets, sleeves, wraps, t-shirts, anything you could possibly need for your powerlifting needs. And 337.5 is on the bar once again for Josue Aguilera.
Yeah, he had the wrong rack height the first time round. I think their coaches have corrected it. It looks a lot higher this time. So hopefully that makes a big difference in the fight for 337.5. He is opening 7.5 kilos above his max, and I hope that is not the issue we're seeing, and it was just a case of having to lift the weight a little extra further.
It looks way stronger this time.
There we go.
He squats it up, no problem. We'll wait for the lights here, and unfortunately it's 3 reds. He's gonna have to go lower, but the huge body is in the way.
Yeah, have a look here. And it's really hard, especially with an all-black singlet, because actually on the replay it doesn't look terrible.
He's missing a couple inches at most, but
yeah,
None of the referees were satisfied with the depth there. Another competitor without a squat on the board, Ryan Creasy, reattempting 342.5, just could not get properly braced for the previous attempt.
Yeah, again, opening on his best squat. Just like you said, as soon as he braced, his legs turned to jelly. He's hoping he can stay a little sturdier this time round. Already looks a little better, also a bit shaky. There we go.
Oh, it's quite a fight to squat it up, but he gets it. And there, it's a 2-to-1 good lift with a blue from the right side.
Now, Team Mongolia, 362.5, a 10-kilo jump. Magnus Vatnamaga Boston, get ready.
362.5 kilos awaits on the bar for Bayar Magnai Yargalsuren of Mongolia. 10-kilo jump seemed reasonable after the first attempt. It was not the easiest.
Yeah, 10 kilos seems like a good place to go, especially when we'll see some of these lifters taking 15, 20 kilo jumps. Just stuck in that middle portion there.
They're gonna put it on the lower rack. Just cannot stand up with it.
And it's the same coach, unfortunately, for Magnus, trying to help them. There we go. Strongest person in the room is the Norway coach. Absolutely incredible.
Well,
put that on your resume.
Thankfully, the weight on the bar stays the same, so not much changing to do, and Magnusson will be able to come out right on.
I've got to say, that's one of the most impressive things I've seen today, and I've seen about 4 world records.
The bar is loaded.
I would completely agree, and the bar is loaded for Magnus Vatnamot Halvorsen. 362.5, edging towards the world record.
Which is his, looking to extend it on his last year as a sub-junior perhaps.
Oh, and that is an issue there.
Yeah, and you can just see he gets caught underneath here.
Just falls so much forwards. The spotters can't get a good hold on the bar.
Even the center referee came in to help there as a team effort. I hope Magnus is okay, but certainly worrying, especially if he wanted to go for that record. The priority, of course, is his health.
And in this case, perhaps better to stay out of it. Maybe go for bench and deadlift. 370 kilos going on the bar for Oleksiy Lysenko. And I can see the competition doctor walking away, so I think Magnusson is okay.
Bar is loaded.
I think just this jury having a quick conversation with the spotters there about the safety of being able to spot. But, you know, it's a team effort for sure. It's a long day, but let's move forward and on and hope Magnus is fine for his third, or at very least for bench and deadlift. But let's move on to more positive things here and hope this 20-kilo jump is okay for Lysenko.
Well, from what I've seen of him, this should move reasonably. And And it's heavier than the first, but it moves quite okay. 2 yellows from both side referees. I wonder what that could be for. The speaker saying it was an early re-rack.
Vote again on the phone. Please vote again on the phones. Referees vote again.
Oh, and it seems to have been a technical malfunction. And it's 3 white lights, yeah. It was just a technical malfunction with the lights. And the bar is loaded for Andrei Sip. 380 kilos going twice. Just above depth on his last try. He will have to go slightly lower.
Certainly has the strength. Listens to his coach this time round, hopefully meet that depth. And he does. 3 white lights, a good lift on the board. And in a great position for first, but it would be a pretty big leap to go for that World Junior squat record. Do you think it's worth doing at this point?
Well, he has enough of a lead here that he should be able to hold on to it even if he goes for a Hail Mary squat and misses it. The issue I see with him going for a Hail Mary squat is the possibility of him getting injured.
Yeah, and that's even within, whether it's in a reality, whether it's in reach. This is just us speculating on the type of jump we can see.
A 35 kilo jump would not be unheard of. Of course, now we have a minute to wait for Grondin and possibly another minute for 3:30 for Saicedo.
Yeah, it's a miss here for Grondin, doing the, like we said, sportsman-like thing to do and give these guys an extra minute to recuperate and to stay out of their knee wraps for.
So we can quickly talk you through the current standings. On prognosis, Sip is leading by quite a margin. He has decided to go for 390, which is a very reasonable jump here. Lysenko and Creasy are fairly close together now. Creasy at 902.5 projected and Lysenko at 892.5 projected. 10 kilos at these weights being practically nothing. With Jargal Suren reasonably close, 852.5 projected. If he can get the 362.5 for his squat on the third attempt, he might be able to catch up to the other 2 competitors with some larger jumps. And of course, any sort of miss here, if in a lower category it costs you 5 to 10 kilos, here it can very quickly cost you 20 to maybe even 30. Any thoughts on the standings, Emilia? Who's your favorite? The favorite for the win is pretty clear, but who's your favorite to take the silver medal?
At the moment, it seems like a fight between Creasy of the United States and Lysenko. If we're looking on stats and the 2 lifts we've seen so far, Lysenko with 100% success rate, although Creasy just ahead of him. I think Creasy has the edge on him in the way that if it is to go in his favor, he has a bigger bench and bigger deadlift, but he'll have to get his remaining lifts in, I think, to keep Lysenko off his back.
The biggest thing here would be that Creasy has the bigger deadlift, so he will be the one doing the chasing, the one going second in the deadlift. But Lysenko is 10 grams lighter, so he has the bodyweight advantage. The 2 competitors weighing in at 117.08 and 117.07 respectively. And now for a man who really needs his 3rd squat attempt to go well, Josue Aguilera, 337.5 going for a third time here.
Yeah, a really important one for Jose. He missed his first one, I think, much more of a technical error. The second one moved very, very well, just too high, you know, and if we're going on pattern, hopefully this one is good enough for 3 white lights, or at the very least for 2.
2 is all you need, but you always want 3 just so you know you're safe from any jury intervention. And he squats up, no problem, but it's 2-1, no lift, unfortunately. He's out of the competition. The jury will review that. And if all of 3 of the jurors agree, unfortunately, I don't think they do. I saw one of the jurors.
Yeah, the coach goes over to discuss it.
And that is unfortunately Aguilera out of the competition. He can still fight it out for bench, he can still fight it out for deadlift medals, but no total for him.
Yeah, big shame there, and hopefully we do see him come out to continue getting the experience.
347.5 for Ryan Creasy, 5 kilo jump. After the second time, the 342.5 didn't look as hard. He got himself under control in a competing state.
At this sort of weight though, a 5 kilo jump really is more or less feeling like taking the same weight again, which, you know, wasn't super easy, but this is not where he makes up the ground on Lysenko. That's in the bench and the deadlift. So 5 kilos would help, but wouldn't be make or break, I can't imagine.
Oh, but the 5 kilos are significantly heavier and he's fighting through it. Wow!
Incredible!
The way he stayed with the bar, oh, unfortunately, not deep enough, and all that effort was in vain.
Well, I'm sure he'll rewatch that over and over again to remind himself the kind of fight he does have in him.
If nothing else, it was a psychological boost to know that he has it in him.
Yeah, and let's hope that doesn't tank him too much. Of course, his bench and his deadlift is so big that we're hoping that Lysenko, you know, well, he's hoping that Lysenko doesn't capitalize on that. But he might.
Bayarmagnai Jargalsuren up next, retaking 362.5. Just got stuck at a sticking point in the previous attempt, and even the first one wasn't easy. But then again, I don't remember seeing many easy attempts from any Mongolian lifter. They are usually fairly all or nothing athletes.
No, unfortunately not.
Oh, and he bails out. Luckily, the spotters catch the bar.
Yeah, and it's the same
coach. The entire team Norway.
I've got to say, I feel so bad because every single time that's happened, it's been Magnus that has been straight after the lifter that's failed. And Team Norway, you've got to give credit to them.
I mean, you'd think that by this point they'd start putting on his reps slightly later.
And you know what? At this point, give Team Norway SPD t-shirts. Give them the spotters load of the job.
Absolutely.
They might as well. They're quick onto the platform. And it does make me question, maybe the hand over and hand under spotting technique is not necessarily the most efficient.
Yeah, from what I've done of spotting, I usually go for the hand under and hand around the weights. One person on the weights, one person on the bar. And there we have Magnus Vatnamot Halvorsen reattempting 362.5.
After a pretty gnarly fail, so I'm glad to see he's okay, and I'm impressed to see him come out for it again. so much better. We love to see him succeed after the difficulties he's had. Oh,
Unfortunately, it's a 2-1 no lift with reds from both sides, but he seems in high spirits.
let's have a look at that on the replay. The jury will be looking at it as well. And I've got to say, I could argue the case for that. What do you reckon?
I'm sure the Norwegian coach will try and argue. He is at the jury table and he's certainly doing everything he can for his lifters. Give him an award for coach of the championships. Like, he deserves it.
No, unfortunately, two jurors keen to turn it over, and it looks like the third just sticking firm. And we haven't had a successful third attempt yet. It's been quite a rocky session so far.
And if there's any man to do it, it's Oleksiy Lysenko, 382.5 on the bar.
Oh, really well controlled. Let's have a look at the lights. 3 white lights, a good lift.
And as I told you, if there's any man who can do it, it's him. 382.5. And he's in a very strong position now in the fight with Creasy. For our final squat of the 120s, 390 kilos on the bar for Ondrej Sip.
Not opting for that huge jump that we said, and I did think that after that 380 it would have been a big leap of faith.
Well, with the 10 kilos he edges ever closer to the 1,000 kilo total, which has not yet been in his grasp from the looks of our nominations, but definitely a milestone he would like to reach in his last year as a junior.
Yeah, and I think that is well worth reaching rather than over pushing for a record. Oh, and it is so comfortable. Let's see if that's depth.
3 white lights and no contesting that. Ondrej Sip takes the squat gold in the 120s in style, with Lysenko fairly close behind in silver, and Jargal Suren in bronze. In the 120s with only one successful attempt, but at 340 kilos, Vatnamot Halvarsson. Quite a story his competition has had and his entire team and coach has had in this squat session, but we'll be heading straight on into the 120 plus juniors and sub-juniors, and I give you over to Amelia.
Yeah, and what a bout of bad luck Magnus has had. Every lifter before him for every attempt failed, which meant he was in his knee wraps longer. He had that tough fail as well. Still came out for his third, and you've got to respect the resilience on him. What a young man. As we head now into the sub-junior and junior 120 plus, and man, if you thought those were some big weights that you had to worry about, we're heading to some larger openers here, all the way up to 410 kilos. So buckle in, ladies and gentlemen. You're in for a ride. First up, we have Sebastian Abrego Blanco from Costa Rica, 210 kilos. And that is a good lift. Nicholas Majendi from the United States, opening on 245 kilos. This flight consists of 3 sub-juniors, Nicholas being the first of the 3, and 7 juniors. 245 kilos on the bar. Personal best was 260, only 16 years old.
That is a strong young man.
Big brace, Nicholas. Ah, a very comfortable opener.
That was ridiculously fast.
And I got to say, I appreciate the coordination from Raps to Belt.
You don't see a lot of people who can pull off purple like that, but he definitely does, and with the socks.
Yeah, it's very good.
7 120 misses, juniors. Score started.
Jakub Pudmacik from Slovakia, 275 kilos for his opening attempt. Strong position for silver overall. Too early to tell anything though, especially based off of the flight we've just seen.
Three white lights, a good lift.
Einar Refn Magnusson from Iceland. His last year as a junior, opening at 295.
One of the very few people who can say they almost max out the Eleiko squat rack heights.
Yeah, that is a tall young man. Very comfortable opener there for Einar. And a good lift, 3 white lights.
Fairly safe opener, and we can expect a 15-20 kilo jump here.
I was wondering why Team Norway are still watching so closely when they haven't got anybody in this flight, but I genuinely think they are standing by just in case now.
Well, I'm glad they are. There are going to be some very large weights moved in this category. 2 openers over 400 kilos, and I certainly want some extra strong hands to be there just in case.
Martin Putera from Slovakia, 340 kilos. Opening 10 kilos below his best. Podium for the 120 pluses in the juniors will certainly be above 1,000 kilos.
And that is 3 white lights, a good lift for Putera.
Szymon Kral now from Czechia, 360 kilos. On prognosis in 4th overall, quite a way behind the podium finishes, but with weights this big and jumps this big, a couple misses from those top 3 certainly could put him in a good position if he has a good day.
Absolutely, and a lot depends on how this moves here.
Very, very strong looking squat there from Szymon.
Yeah, you rarely see 360 kilos move this smooth. He gets a blue light from the right-hand side referee, but I think that's just because he squats just slightly asymmetrically with the bar leaning to one side just a bit.
I don't know if it was for that or for soft knees, but either way, the jury seemed happy with it. Moritz Taschner now from Germany. Getting into some scary weights here. 385 kilos in the bar, a personal best of 407.5, and he is the podium favorite for the overall. With just his openers, he reaches a whopping 1,030 kilo total. Last year as a junior. Wow, very steady there for Moritz.
3 white lights, and he's well on his way to over 1,000 kilos, and well over 1,000 kilos at that.
Yeah, I mean, if that's his starting point with just openers, that'd be a scary total. 3 openers left, and we're already at this sort of weight. And believe it or not, 21 years old is the oldest for the next 3 lifters. 390 kilos for Axel Iceberg from Sweden. Personal best of 402.5, and one of those top 3 contenders. Making it look like the bar is made of rubber with all that weight on it. Been told to re-rack. Just saying his knees are soft. And now it's a lot of weight to rush out. 4 seconds. With 1 second to spare. You certainly don't want to rush 390 kilos. But if anyone could, wow.
If anyone can, unfortunately that's 2 blue lights.
And I'm wondering if that's for the soft knees the center referee referred to at the end, or because the bar bounced on his back because it was so quick at the finish. Let's have a look at that. Watch the bar and watch his knees. I think it's for the soft lockout there, yeah.
Yeah, the knees there were definitely slightly unlocked towards the top. But he can have another go at it. They definitely seem comfortable enough for him to squat multiple times.
Now our penultimate opening attempt is already a world sub-junior record for Guanting Ke from Chinese Taipei, over his personal best of 400. If this is where he starts, it's scary to think where he might end.
18 years of age, 400 kilos on the squat, and that's over half his projected total with the openers.
Wow.
That is a squat machine.
For a new world sub-junior record for his first lift of the day. Oh my goodness, look at that.
That was easy.
I think the people most impressed and happy in the room are probably the spotters around him.
I would not want to be at the receiving end of 400 kilos falling off someone's back.
No, absolutely. Such an impressive lift, and that's just his opening attempts. Wow. Excited to see where he ends up on his third. But for now, we have our final opening attempt from the 120 plus juniors. Believe it or not, forecasted in second overall. He is an impressive squatter. Opening at 410, Dwayne Coleman from the United States has a personal best of 435. Only 20 years of age. Incredible job here. Let's see how he starts. And he certainly makes the bar look like a toy. Oh my goodness.
That was easy.
And the heaviest opener was the easiest opener of the flight. And to do it in what looks like Converses as well is so impressive.
Well, I have to say, if Magnusson is the one who maxes the Eleiko rack height-wise, he also Coleman maxes it width-wise. There's almost not enough room for him inside the uprights.
Yeah, a huge amount of aura and strength.
It is a huge amount of men moving a huge amount of weight. And
Yeah, it's so impressive.
I'm absolutely here for it and can't wait to see how far this goes here.
And as you can see, Uber Iceberg on the board as we move into the second round of squats. It's only getting bigger from here. Kicking us off, Sebastian Abrego Blanco from Costa Rica, 225 to match his personal best.
Unfortunately, that is 2 red lights for depth.
USA to 65. 20 kilo jump.
Yeah, just above the border there.
Horizontal.
Nicholas Magendi now from the United States, jumping 20 kilos to 265. This is a 5 kilo personal best for the 16-year-old. And such control over that bar. Jakub Pudmaczyk now from Slovakia, taking a 15 kilo jump to 290, 5 kilos over his personal best.
That is 3 white lights, a good lift for Pudmarczyk.
Get ready.
Einar Raffin Magnusson now from Iceland. Hit 295 on his opening attempt, now jumping 20 kilos to 315.
That is a fairly easy second attempt for Magnusson. It's a 2-to-1 good lift, a depth call from the left-hand side referee. We'll see from their perspective.
It's a 10 kilo jump.
Well, we won't see much because it's a black singlet and a spotter's arm, so can't really tell, but I think the jury is satisfied with that.
Martin Pitera from Slovakia, 350 kilos, a 10 kilo jump to match his personal best here on his second attempt. Very smooth and steady second attempt for Butera. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, really well controlled, as he wanted to be with such big weights.
We now have Simon Kral from Czechia, 385 kilos, a 25 kilo jump from his opener. And this is a 5 kilo personal best on his second attempt.
This one is a bit more of a fight for Kral. He gets the 3 white lights, he gets the squat, but we'll see how much further he can go.
Yeah, it's important to pace yourself the best way you can. You know, you have 3 attempts for a reason, but at the same time, it could be a case of these lifters not wanting to hit that weight 3 times. You often see heavyweight lifters take 2 out of the 3 attempts they do have. It's a lot of pressure on your body. Now, the only lifter who hasn't managed to get his squat on the board, Axel Eisberg. He is a big contender for podium and hitting that 1,000 kilo mark and over. He's actually the only person who officially has done it. So needs this. 390 kilos remains in the bar for him. Again, the strength is there, but was the depth there?
And this time it was 3 white lights for Isberg. He's going to breathe a sigh of relief, and he can push now for his 3rd attempt. And yeah, as you said, these heavyweight lifters struggling to get 3 attempts in sometimes, just because the weights they are moving, even with their openers, are so huge. Fortunately, in this case, it's a pretty long flight, 10 lifters, so they have about 10 minutes in between each attempt, which is probably barely enough for them.
Moritz Taschner from Germany, hitting 400 kilos for his 2nd attempt, moves him into squat silver for the time being in the 120 pluses, heading into the 3rd and final round of squats of the entire equipped championships, before moving to classic tomorrow.
He seems very satisfied with that. 400 kilos, not too shabby.
Not at all. And a little room there to go into his 3rd, should the rest be long enough for him. Now, we knew there could only be one place to go with Guantin K, since he opened on a record, and they don't really seem bothered about the chips. They're just going in equal jumps. They are too strong to care for it.
Well, they are about 150 kilos ahead of the closest competitor in the category, so I don't think the chip's really gonna do them much for them here.
Not so much for the total or for the competition, more so if you're going for a record, I don't see why not take the chip for your total, for the record. But in any case, maybe we'll see that one as 3rd. We are still going up in numbers. Guantin K for Chinese Taipei, 420 kilos for his 2nd attempt, looking to extend a record he just broke by 17.5 kilos for another World Sub Junior record. Oh, and it is so strong.
That is incredible. 3 white lights.
A great attempt, a extension of his own world record, and there's only up from here. A relief from the spotters and a relief from Team Norway, who get back into their seats once again.
The Norwegians absolutely at standby to intervene if anything should go horribly wrong, which at these kinds of weights it very quickly can.
And we have one final second attempt left, and Dwayne Coleman from the United States made 410 look like an empty bar, if you could imagine that. If you missed that, just wait see how he moves 430. I'm hoping it'll be just as easy for him. This is a huge amount of weight. 20 kilo jump, 5 kilos below his best. Dwayne Coleman from the United States. And this is what the room is full for, to see a huge amount of weight lifted. People love the 120 pluses for this reason.
They are always an absolute treat.
An easy lift off there. Wow!
Would you look at that? Not a sign of slowing down for Coleman.
And I could say another 20 kilos on top of that is more than justified. Absolutely insane. Let's take a look at this again. It moved just like the 410 did.
I mean, to be honest, I don't know his squat style, but if we're going from the average lifter, how much they slow down from the opener to the second, I'd say this second attempt was too low.
As in it should have been heavier.
Absolutely.
It's easy to say when there's not 430 kilos on your back. And that concludes the second round of squats. As we head into the third round, everybody has a squat in on the board now, so they can all try to build that subtotal moving forwards into bench. Sebastian Abrego Blanco looking to retake 225. Just got caught shy on his depth.
And unfortunately, that is a no lift for Abrego.
18 for Team USA and Nicholas McGinn. 15 kilo jump.
.280 kilos is being loaded on the bar for Nicholas McGindy from the United States. 15 kilo jump for another personal best.
White lights, and it's a good lift. And again, he goes 3 for 3.
Scott silver in the 120 versus sub-juniors. Bars loaded.
And the bar is loaded to 300 kilos for Jakub Podmorczyk from Slovakia. This will be a big milestone lift, 300 kilos, a 10 kilo personal best. Already has Scott silver secured in the 120 plus sub-juniors.
That is a 2-to-1 good lift for Jakub. Death call from the right side. We'll see it from the left on the replay. There's the side where he gets the white light from. And once again, you can't really see it. There's a shadow with the black singlet. And with these larger lifters, with these heavier lifters, you can't go off the angles in their legs because the quads are just so big.
Yeah, and you see that from, I'd say, about 69 kilo and 93 kilo in the respective weight classes. You know, the middleweight classes, it can even get tough from there a lot of the time. Einar Rafn Magnusson from Iceland, 330 kilos. 15 kilo jump for a new personal best of 5 kilos in squat. .30 seconds left on the clock, plenty of time to get that squat command.
It's just about there for Magnusson. 3 white lights and he gets a personal best on the squat.
Now 360 from Martin Huteler from Slovakia. Simon Crowd, get ready.
Martin Pitera from Slovakia, 360 kilos on the bar, a 10 kilo jump for a new personal best. Being very careful and intentional with his setup. No need to rush, he just needs to get that squat command before time runs out. 20 seconds odd left on the clock for that, and he's in the position. Yeah, very well picked third attempt there, and a good lift, 3 white lights.
Czechia, 395. Axel Isberg, get ready.
Simon Kral now 395 on the bar. This moves him into squat bronze from 4th for the time being, ahead of Iceberg, who is to follow. A big fight.
Oh, it's
he shakes
a big
his
fight.
head.
He stays with the bar. They can re-rack it.
Yeah, it is. He got really, really close to breaking through that sticking point. And honestly, I think if he had a little bit more energy in the tank, if it was his second attempt, maybe I think it could have been there. The bar didn't dip. He just ran out of steam, I think.
It's hard work moving these weights. I couldn't imagine.
And just 4 squats remaining of the entire equipped competition. As a reminder, we head into the classic portion of the competition tomorrow, which will last 9 days.
But of course, each of those 4 squats will be an absolute treat. They are all over 400 kilos.
And first of which is Axel Iceberg, 405 kilos. Already has squat bronze secured. This will give him squat silver. Just asking for the rack to be out there, give him a little bit more room. 405 kilos, a new personal best, and to walk away with a potential silver medal on squats.
Has to re-rack the bar. He has 20 seconds left.
It's a lot of weight to try and rush. He wants to try and be quick enough to get the command, but not so fast that he rushes it.
There's the knees again.
And he gets the squat command. 7 seconds to go. Oh, and the weight is easy. Is the depth there? No, it's not depth. It's a blue again for those soft knees. Let's have a look at that replay.
It's a 2-to-1, so the jury will also have a look at it.
Yeah, let's have a look with them here. So met depth, fine. We'll look at the knees.
They seemed better than on his first attempt.
Yeah, and the coach, I think, is being sent away by the jury. They are re-looking at it, but for the time being, we'll watch as the bar is loaded even higher for 412.5 kilos for Moritz Tachner. This is an incredible amount of weight. Already has squat silver secured now that Swedish lifter missed that. Be a new personal best by 7.5 kilos. Like I said, the favorite to win overall and on target for an extremely impressive total. This would add a further 12.5 kilos to that. Oh, it's a big fight, but just a little too much for Moritz today.
And an absolute applause to the spotters managing to catch him exactly in the right way here. Really good save.
Yeah, and at the perfect moment, you know, it was a minuscule dip that I think is easy to miss, but you know, there's no point fighting past that point. Now, believe it or not, the next two weights are the same for the sub-junior and the junior. An incredible amount of weight, 440 kilos for Dwayne Coleman. A 10 kilo jump after that buttery smooth 430.
Oh, believe it or not, for the first time, and I presume for the last time in this competition, we have run out of the red Eleiko plates on the platform. That is how strong these next two guys are.
Yeah, this is absolutely huge amount of weight. Dwayne Coleman from the United States already has squat gold by some way, but for 10 extra kilos and a monumental squat, personal best, 440 kilos.
Ooh.
Just trying to walk it out. He's got 20 seconds left on the clock. Like I said, it's a monumental amount of weight. You don't want to rush it. That looks a lot better already.
Oh, and it's heavy.
And a good catch from the spotters and loaders, but just a little bit too much. And even though 10 lifters is a fair amount of people, to attempt 430 and 440 back to back within 10 minutes is just superhuman.
It is superhuman. But we have another man attempting a similar feat.
Yeah, at a younger age, at 18 years old. I want to say coming into this, the world record was 380 kilos, looking to extend it today by 60 kilos. Guan Ting K from Chinese Taipei. What an incredibly impressive young man. 440 kilos on the bar. This is absolutely monumental.
The entire room is on their feet. Some are on the chairs even.
Yeah, everybody has their eye on the front for another extension of the world record. This will total, as I said it, upping it by 60 kilos. Oh my goodness. And it looks like he had 20 kilos more, 2-to-1, a good lift. And that is 60 kilos on top of the old world record. What a phenomenal lifter Kay is.
What an absolute treat this entire session has been. And Kay going 3 for 3 with 440 and left room left
Absolutely
to go up.
insane. People walking away with their hands on their head in disbelief. We're going to head into a 10-minute break now. I think everybody needs to take a few deep breaths after that session. We'll catch you there for bench very shortly.
Hello and welcome back to San Jose, Costa Rica for the Junior and Sub-Junior World Equipped Powerlifting Championships. These are the last few equipped sessions. Tomorrow we move on into the raw lifting. We are in for quite an interesting battle in the 120s and in the 120 pluses. 120s first. Looking at the start list, our openers ranging from 115 kilos all the way to 260.
And man, oh man, was that a dramatic and exciting start to the flight with both sets of squats.
We have seen a record casually extended by 60 kilos. You don't see that every day. And we're starting off with Jean-Paul Acedo Martinez, opening at 115 kilos, 5 kilos below his personal best. I'd imagine he's doing it raw, and yeah, he is.
Yeah, and it's to be expected. 2-1, a good lift, but gets a yellow from the center referee for skipping the press command. The center ref says. Center ref will know better than anyone if he did. Oh no! Yeah, that must be what it's for.
I don't see any other infractions, so that must be it.
Well, I was watching the center ref to see what he said, and he gave the indication of pressing. And at first I thought it was for skipping the command, but I thought maybe for a double bounce, but there was absolutely none there. And it looks like he'll be okay.
Oh, the jury is satisfied with that. 170 kilos on the bar for Chris Grondin. Fairly close to his personal best.
Comfortable looking opener there for Grondin.
There's a yellow from the center referee again, signaling something to the jury. Really not quite sure what that's about, but we've seen light malfunctions also. Oh, I think the phone is malfunctioning. He's asking for the backup phone. Of course, the phones where they press the light commands. Or no? Well, the 170 stands for now, and it's 195 on the bar for Magnus Vatnamot Halvorsen. Had quite an eventful squat session. Pretty much every one of his squats preceded by some kind of mishap, let's say.
Yeah, every squat he had followed somebody who'd failed first, second, and third, which meant he had to wait a little bit longer to squat. Much cleaner start to bench, it seems, for him.
3 white lies this time. A good lift.
Bars loaded.
237.5 kilos on the bar, already a personal best for Josue Aguilera. Did not get a squat on the board, unfortunately, but he can still fight it out for a bench press and a deadlift medal. And in the bench press it seems somewhat unlikely. In the deadlift he definitely stands a chance. It's a reasonable opening attempt. 3 white lights and a good lift for Aguilera. $242.5 on the bar for Bayer Magna Yargalsuren of Mongolia. Got a squat medal. Definitely in the fight for a bench press medal if this goes well. Oh, and unfortunately it does not go well, just loses the bar path.
Yeah, it seemed like he had some trouble on his chest as well. He got a long press command result, he just couldn't keep it still.
Yeah, the rules are the bar has to be stable on the chest, still on the chest before getting the press command, and he just could not stabilize the bar there. So he's gonna have to have another go at it. Now I believe for the only lifter going 3 for 3 in the squats in this group, Oleksiy Lysenko, opening at 247.5, 15 kilos below his personal best.
Very, very comfortable opener for Lysenko there, and we know that of course Creasy has the edge on him on bench, but if he continues to make successful lifts, then he's in a good position to fight Creasy any case.
Absolutely, Lysenko has been having a great day so far, and this first bench is no different. So although from the prognosis it might not seem like it, he's definitely in with a shot. Oh, well, not with a shot at Ondrej if Ondrej gets his openers, but he's definitely in a great position to fight it out with Creasy. Ondrej Sip with 255 up next. A bit of trouble on his opening squat, but then managed to recover quite well. And that is 3 white lights, a good lift for Sip. Now he just needs a deadlift on the board and he's pretty much done for the day. Unless there is a big improvement from Creasy or Lysenko. Which
weirder things have happened, you know, if he only gets his opening attempts, there's certainly a chance that Lysenko could push to catch up, but you're right, like he is in an incredibly comfortable position as it stands if it was to go well.
Ryan Creasy now opening 5 kilos above his personal best at 260. Trouble on the squats, but still in a great position to fight it out for the podium places. And that is a mishap on the bench press opener as well. And that throws a wrench in the works. Lysenko might just run away.
Yeah, let's have a look at that here and see if there's anything that we think he could have corrected. It just seemed to have a bit of a sudden drop there, and it's the trouble sometimes. If you're opening over your max, you want to be 100% sure that it's something that you're comfortable with. Saying that, you know, it can't always be so sure in equip lifting.
Absolutely, especially equipped bench being pretty much the most technically complex lift you can do in the entire sport of powerlifting. A lot can happen, a lot can go wrong, a lot can also go right. And we are starting off our second round. 2 lifters without a bench press on the board, but there we have Jean-Paul Caicedo Martinez, 122.5 for a small personal best.
Very slow but steady second attempt there for Jean-Paul.
185, 15 kilo jump to a 7.5 personal best. And he's left with an hour.
I'm not sure how much he has left in the tank there, especially because he's lifting raw.
Yeah, and those long arms definitely not helping him. The bar has a long way to travel, which of course helps him with deadlifts. In the bench press, not the best asset to have. Chris Grondin jumping 15 kilos to 185. He seems confident after a fairly smooth opening attempt. And this is the lift where he wants to shine after just getting a token squat of 75 kilos in.
Yeah, it looks by what I can see on the scoreboard that his bench and deadlift should seem normal, just had to take a token squat. Timer just starts as they reset it for him, so plenty of time to get that command. And a strong-looking second attempt for Chris Grondin.
Really strong, manages to keep control of the bar, and I can see another 5 to 10 kilos definitely here.
Yeah, I could get on board with anywhere between there.
207.5 on the bar for Magnus Vatnamot Halvorsen. 12.5 kilo jump for a 5 kilo personal best. He is alone in the 120 sub juniors, so nothing much to fight for, but a personal best at each and every lift.
A little segmented, but the speed was comfortable for him.
Unfortunately, 2 yellow lights. I would presume that to be lifting of the glutes or the feet. We'll have to see a side replay here.
It's hard, especially when such a large amount of the space is taken up by spotters to keep them safe, but it means that the jury are unlikely to overrule it because they can't really see.
Well, I think some lifting of the glutes was visible there, even though the spotter was standing there, you could see light shining through, and I think that's the nail in the coffin for that attempt. Bayar Magnai Yargalsuren of Mongolia, 242.5, going for a second time. Just lost it on his first, and he's hoping to do it better this time.
A little segmented, there's a bit of a pause, but was there a dip?
The center referee seems to think so, the side referees seem to not think so, so it's a 2-1 good lift, but we'll definitely review that, as will the jury. And I think he should be okay there. The bar definitely slowed down, maybe even stopped, but I don't think it moved downwards. Jose Aguilera, 10 kilo jump to 247.5. Definitely in the game for a bench press medal if Creasy misses all 3 of his attempts. which of course we would not like to see.
No, and of course that would open the door up for other lifters to fight podium, such as Yargal Suren from Mongolia.
It's significantly heavier than the first one, but with 3 white lights it is a good lift, and a couple kilos might still be there. I don't know about 260, which he would have to lift 262.5, and yeah, 262.5. Anyway, Ryan Creasy, 260 kilos on the bar for a second time, needs to get this to stay in contention for the podium.
Yeah, as we said before, you know, it's above his personal best, which makes me think they must feel confident that is within his limit and within his reach. More importantly, you have to be to put that in as an opener. So let's see if he can fix up those technical errors this time round and try and secure that total and keep pace with Lysenko.
Just loses it at the bottom, and that is trouble. That is trouble for Creasy.
Yeah, and for an athlete that looked really, really strong for the silver, you know, to almost be disqualified. And even if he does get him in his third, it puts him at a real disadvantage to chase Lysenko now, who is been such a consistent lifter today.
Absolutely. Speaking of Oleksiy Lysenko, going for 262.5. This is to match his personal best. Move him into bench press gold for the time being. That is a strong second attempt from Lysenko, 3 white lights, and he is definitely the most consistent lifter in this group today so far.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's going to really pay off for him in the way that it's going now, creating quite a gap.
Andrei Sip, our last of the final of the second attempt, 262.5. This will move him in front of Lysenko on bodyweight in the bench press and make him that much more comfortable in the lead of the 120 juniors.
Well on his way to a 1,000 kilo total and more. It's very strong.
Really strong second attempt there. Bit of work towards the lockout, but you would expect that as the shirt loses tension and your triceps have to take over.
Yeah, it wasn't a huge jump from his opener, but you tend to see slightly smaller jumps here on bench. Perhaps 5 kilos or a match 7.5 kilo jump on top of that.
That would seem completely reasonable, but we'll see if he's greedy and goes for the bench press gold. Lysenko putting 275. And we are starting off round 3. Jean-Paul Hasiedo Martinez, 125, taking the minimal jump of 2.5 kilos, which seems very appropriate in this circumstance.
Yeah, absolutely, especially as you said, raw. That is the perfect number for Jean-Paul.
really sticks with the bar and manages to push through.
Great weights of 200 kilos. Magnus Albertson, get ready.
A massive jump to the next attempt, 200 kilos on the bar for Chris Grondin.
Bar is loaded.
And this will be a huge personal best for Grondin. He came into the competition with 177.5, already improved it by 7.5 kilos, looking to add another 15.
Yeah, and a 200 kilo bench is a number that a lot of lifters chase for a long time. So getting it here on his first year competing, his last year as a junior on the international stage. Still 15 seconds left on the clock to get that start command.
They are ticking down fast though, 10 seconds left. And he might just get it.
And he does. I hope he hasn't rushed.
Unfortunately, just too heavy for Grondin. Slightly rushed setup after a reset with 20 seconds to go. And unfortunately, this is not the day he gets the 200.
Jose Aguilar, get ready. The last 3 attempts to change the openers. Bar is loaded.
$212.5 on the bar for Magnus Vatnamot Halvorsen. Missed the 207.5. I believe there was some glute lift involved in that.
Yeah, I can definitely see them shift this time, but can he keep them down? Yeah, it looks like it. It does get a blue from the left-hand side referee. I'll have a look at that on the replay. But it's a good lift for now.
Next down is Yaga Sulin. Bar is loaded.
I think he'll be fine with that.
And the bar is loaded for Josue Aguilera. He's currently in 3rd place in the bench press, fighting it out with the Mongolian Yargal Suren. But of course, with Creasy, if he gets his 3rd attempt in, he will be higher than both of them, taking that bronze medal.
Yeah, and it'd be great for him to try and grab a medal, as he didn't get a squat on the board and can't post a total.
And is just about on the limit of his strength today. His 3 white lights, and he is in 3rd position, with the next lifter trying to take it away from him.
Yeah, provisional medal in bench press. Perhaps a much better shot at a deadlift medal as a consolation prize for missing out on that total.
It all depends on these next 2 bench presses. By Armagnai Yargal Suren of Mongolia, going for 255, a 12.5 kilo jump after a not very easy 2nd attempt, but maybe he can push through, maybe just get a little bit more out of the shirt, keep the bar path a little closer to what it's optimal, and manage the 255 for a provisional bench press medal. And
Wow.
one arm is up, the second arm is up. There's a blue light, and this time I'm much more afraid of the blue light here. We'll see on the replay.
You're allowed to lock out one arm at a time as long as the arm that's dragging behind doesn't dip. And I don't think it did, actually.
This was very much on the limit, but I would agree with you. I would not consider this, but the jury
Oh,
would,
no.
unfortunately. Unfortunately, the jury has overruled that, and now we have Ryan Creasy trying to stay in the competition. Only one squat on the board. He needs to get this bench press on the board if he wants to stay in the competition and maybe have a chance of chasing down Lysenko in the deadlifts.
And there's a huge amount of support in the crowd for him. A lot of Team America come up to the front to cheer him on. Oh, and that is such a shame.
That is Ryan Creasy out of the competition, unfortunately. But that means Aguilera gets a bench press medal. A lot of things had to fall into place for that, but they did.
And unfortunately, that's the second lifter in this flight that will not post a total. And the door is open for a podium spot for the Mongolian lifter.
Absolutely, and he seems to be well into the podium spot here with his first deadlift. 267.5 on the bar for Andrei Sip. This does not change much for him, just edges him ever closer to that 1,000 kilo total that he so craves. And his 3 white lights, he does it. He is in bench press gold in a commanding lead, or will be in a commanding lead after the opening deadlifts. But there is one man who can take the bench press gold away from him, and that is Oleksiy Lysenko. Incredibly consistent throughout the day, taking another 12.5 kilo jump to his third attempt at 275. He's now pretty much safe for the silver medal overall.
Yeah, we don't want to crown anybody just yet after some of the upsets we've already seen. But right now, he is in a great position for silver. Sip in a great position for overall. But looking for the bench gold right now.
And it just about goes up, wow. It's a 2-to-1 good lift with a yellow from the left side. The referee will see the replay. Has there been lifting of the glutes?
It doesn't look like it from here, and it seems like you can see all of the glutes in front of the spotters.
I think he should be okay. And that is him going 6 for 6. An absolutely amazing performance, taking the bench press gold with Sip in silver, and Aguilera, after missing out on squats, gets the bench press bronze medal. As I give you over to Emilia to take you through the 120 pluses.
Thank you, and now we head, as you mentioned, into the 120 plus juniors and sub-juniors. We can see the start list here all the way up until 295 for Moritz Taschner from Germany. And the 120 plus juniors, some very, very big lifts coming up. I have no doubt about that. First up for us, Sebastian Abrego Blanco from Costa Rica, 140 on the bar.
That is a 2-to-1 good lift with a yellow from the center referee.
I think it's because his head's off the bench. It's quite far up the bench there.
Bars loaded.
But the jury don't seem to be getting involved with it. He's definitely gonna want to try and avoid that next time round though, because if they do spot that, he will be in trouble. Jakub Budmacic from Slovakia, 155 on the bar, 5 kilos below his personal best.
Oh, and it's quite a hard opening attempt. 3 white lights. I was a bit afraid that the bar dipped there slightly. It was definitely sticky and segmented.
Iceland, get ready. Bars loaded.
Nicholas Majendi now from the United States of America, opening on 160 kilos. That's a very, very easy opener for Nicholas Majendi. 3 white lights, a good lift, plenty left in the tank.
Iceland, final out for Pakistan, 170. 160 from Chinese Taipei, get ready. Bars loaded.
Einar Raffen Magnusson from Iceland, opening on 170 kilos, 22.5 kilos above his personal best. That's quite an improvement for an opening attempt.
Definitely an improvement.
A little bit of struggle at that lockout, fast off the chest. It's a good lift, 3 white lights, and I'm glad to see that, because if he gets that sort of slowdown as it gets heavier, he's going to be in a bit of trouble.
Oh, they say the bar path of the bar in the bench press event should somewhat resemble the letter J. I think this was very pronounced, but it seems to be working for him. He is on the board with a big, big personal best, so I'm sure he won't complain.
Now the man who extended the sub-junior squat record by 60 kilos. Yeah, Guan Ting K from Chinese Taipei, 200 kilos on the bar for his opening bench. If it's anything like his squat, I'm sure it'll be pretty rapid. 20 kilos below his personal best. Wow, and it is.
You blink and you miss it, and it's 3 white lights.
I can imagine a big jump there for K.
220 for Simon Crowell, Czechia. Martin Kuta, get ready.
Very, very impressive. Simon Král from Czechia, 220 kilos for his opening bench. held for a while on the chest there, but didn't seem to phase him all too much. It's a good lift.
Hey, it's 3 white lights. It took quite a long time to get the bar just down to touch the chest, I think. But once he got the command, he was in control the entire time.
225 kilos from Martin Putera from Slovakia, opening on his personal best.
A 2-to-1. I believe the yellow light here would be for the head lifting.
Yeah.
I was, for some reason, focused on the head.
I was also quite worried about that. We were saying about the girls earlier whose ponytail usually hide it a little bit better than the men.
Well, the hair stayed in contact with the bench, so it depends on what you consider to be the head of the lifter.
Well, I tend to consider the head as the head, usually. But it seems like the jury aren't too fussed about that for now. But again, another lifter that's just going to want to keep an eye on it. Right, that's a good lift. That was Axel Iceberg. Very nice. Easy opening attempt at 245.
So far, so green, and we have 2 attempts remaining.
And up now we have Dwayne Coleman, who had that extremely impressive 430. Just missed out on 440 on his final attempt. Opening on 250, his current personal best. And a very well-rounded athlete. The 300 kilo deadlift opener as well. Just told to re-rack there. And you've got 4 seconds to get the command. Oh, and time's out, unfortunately. And I'm not too sure what happened there. Let's have a look at that in the replay. Just the central referee maybe not happy with his start position. Just not sturdy enough, perhaps.
He was shaking slightly, but he seemed to be fairly under control. I can't really imagine what the problem was.
Coach goes to the jury, and the center referee goes to the jury, and he says that it's because his heels weren't down on the floor, apparently. And there seems to be a discussion going on. We can see here center referee and coach in discussion, and it seems like the jury are in agreement with the center referee, and he'll have to just give that another go in his second. Now the heaviest opener of the flight by 45 kilos, Moritz Taschner from Germany, 295 kilos on the bar, has a personal best of 330. The current record at 357.5, but we're way off there. Very close stance with his feet there. Interesting. Wow.
Well, I
Very
think we
impressive.
not be as far off the record as you might think. We'll see what kind of jump he takes to the second. I don't see him trying for the record.
No, I mean, I think a 62.5 kilo spread is, you know, ambitious for anybody.
Yeah, I don't see him going for the record, but there is a possibility he gets at least fairly close.
And we now move into the second round of bench. All-bar Coleman with a bench in on the board. Sebastian Abrego Blanco from Costa Rica, 150, a 10 kilo jump to match his personal best.
It's quite a battle. He muscles it up. And his 3 white lights.
And I'm not sure if he clipped the rack at all there or if it is just the top of his strength. I'm not sure how much he has left. No, I think it was just a strength thing there. Question is, where do you go from here, or do you conserve energy? Jakub Pudmacic from Slovakia, 162.5 kilos, a 7.5 kilo jump, and a 2.5 kilo personal best.
Slightly segmented, but it's 3 white lights and a good lift.
Nicholas Magendi now jumping 15 kilos to 175 to match his personal best. Pretty sizable jump here. And it's still super quick, and actually for an equipped bench, it's very quick down to the chest.
Yeah, perhaps using a softer shirt. Of course, you have levels to these. Some athletes you can really see they take a long time to get down. Some athletes fairly quick like him. And I have tried a couple different bench shirts, and it is really a huge difference.
Heino Raffen Magnusson from Iceland taking a 10 kilo jump to 180 kilos for a new personal best here on his second attempt.
It's a hard-fought battle towards the top. It's 3 white lights. Manages to keep the bar going. No dip, just a lot of shifting.
And a 20 kilo jump to match his personal best here, and expected based on how quick that opener was for Guanting K here. 220 kilos in the bar for the athlete from Chinese Taipei. and still so comfortable. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, there's definitely another 10, 15 kilos there. We'll see
absolutely.
how far they push it. They don't need to push anywhere. They are well in the lead. But of course, why not if you have the chance?
Yeah, absolutely. It's not like he's going to lose the lead, but I'm sure there's a number he's chasing in his head. Martin Putera, now from Slovakia, 235 kilos. 10 kilo jump for a 10 kilo personal best, and keeps him in bench press bronze provisionally, with Coleman yet to get a bench on the board, as well as Kral to follow. Two to one, a good lift. A yellow from the center referee. We'll have a look at that at the replay again. I think it was for the head. Or I think it was for actually the fingers not being over the ring on the bar. Trying to determine the conversation between the center referee and the jury, but jury seem happy with it. Simon Kral now looking to move back into bench press bronze for the time being. 240 on the bar. It's be a 2.5 kilo personal best for him. Unfortunately, just a little bit too much. Struggled to get the bar still on his chest, so quite a long wait to get that command. You can see still looking to find it here.
He gave it a good go, but I think the jump was a bit too optimistic. Maybe if he gets the perfect third attempt in, he can do it, but it's gonna be quite a stretch.
Now Dwayne Coleman from the United States just timed out on his opener. Looking to get 250 now. Wants to secure his total moving forward, and his place really in silver right now overall. A little trouble towards lockout, but manages to attempt the lift this time.
I think the shirt really slipped upwards on his chest here, or perhaps inside his chest, not quite sure, but it was a bit of work.
Our penultimate second attempt now, Axel Eisberg from Sweden. 255 on the bar, a 10 kilo jump, moving him back into bench press silver heading into the second round. Bench press gold more or less secured by Moritz Taschner, who's to follow. Super easy for him still, and moves into silver on bench, heading into the third and final round.
Sebastian Abrego Blanco, get ready. Bar is loaded.
317.5 kilos loaded on the bar for Moritz Taschner from Germany. Our heaviest attempt so far. And it is a very comfortable second. The heaviest weight we've seen, and maybe the most comfortable second as well.
Yeah, 317.5. He'll probably go somewhere towards his personal best, and he's way, way, way ahead in the lead. Playing his own game now.
And as we move into the third round of bench, everybody has a bench press secured in this flight now and can move into deadlifts to secure their total. We can see the subtotals as they stand, the subtotal being the squat and the current bench press added together before heading into deadlift. Sebastian Abrego Blanco, 157.5 for a new personal best, should he make this.
It's a big effort, but it was a big ask, and unfortunately a no lift.
Jakub Pudmacic from Slovakia, 170 being loaded on the bar for him, a 7.5 kilo jump. That'll be a 7.5 kilo personal best as well. His current total PB at 682.5. If he gets this and his opening deadlift, he's already at the 700 kilo mark. Has a good chance of getting a deadlift gold as well. Going to have one of each colour. Unfortunately not quite there, but still keeps that bench press bronze.
It just loses the bar path, and he cannot save that. You can see the bar just going backwards towards his head. And
190 kilos loaded for Iceland's Magnusson.
have I seen the second attempt wrong? It seemed fairly hard.
A lot can be changed in a quick bench. Perhaps he knew it was a positioning thing or something to do with his equipment. But maybe an overzealous push here.
It could go either way, and we'll see how it goes right now.
I hope that the coaching team, Iceland is usually very good at attempt selection, know what they're doing here.
Unfortunately, just too heavy. Just too heavy. A bit too eager. Maybe a 185 would have been there. Although the 180 seemed really heavy, so.
190 kilos for Nicholas Majendi from the United States. 15 kilo jump even now. A huge personal best should he make this. And already has bench press silver. Gold is held of course by Kay. That's a great third attempt from Nicholas Majendi.
3 white lights, a good lift. he secures a very, very nice personal best.
1-2-2. Price of his new world record in the squat with 3:35. Bar is loaded. Next out, Sanka, Czechia.
Gunting K from Chinese Taipei now, 235 kilos, taking a 15 kilo jump here, which I think is more than justified based off that second attempt. Did not slow down from the 200 really whatsoever.
At 15 kilos seems like a completely reasonable jump here.
Absolutely, and with this in his deadlift opener on prognosis, almost 200 kilo lead of his competitors. Wow. 3 white lights, a good lift, and another smooth attempt for K.
Well, with this, his subtotal is larger than the predicted totals after the first round of attempt of the next 2 lifters. That's how far ahead he is.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. Simon Krau now from Czechia, re-attempting 240. There's a big fight, and he gets it moving again. I don't think I even saw the bar dip, but unfortunately, if we have a look at that side angle on the replay, we might be able to see the glutes lift. I imagine that's what that would be for.
Yeah, I saw it from here practically, that the glutes were definitely off the bench. A bit too egregious to ignore here, but a very much valiant effort to get the 240 up nonetheless.
Martin Putera from Slovakia, 242.5 kilos. 7.5 kilo jump for a 7.5 kilo personal best.
It's a real fight, but he shakes his head just too much today.
265 twice. The first one for Axel Isberg, Sweden, and Dwayne Coleman, USA.
Just 3 bench presses to go. Not seen a very successful round of thirds here, with just Kay and Majendi getting their thirds in. Let's see if Axel here can change that. 265, can he be the first 120 plus junior to get a third attempt in? This will keep him in bench press silver, as he's the lighter of himself and Coleman. Oh, that is a great effort.
Just about gets it. 3 white lights for Isberg, and he gets the bench press silver medal.
Dwayne Coleman, 265. This one's for bronze. Bar is loaded.
Dwayne Coleman from the United States already has bench press bronze secured. So to give him on a prognosis with his deadlift opener, 995 as a total, which is his current personal best. So definitely looking to go over that 1,000 kilo mark for the very first time. 265 for his final bench.
And the bar just goes towards his head. Real unfortunate there for the American.
Yeah, still on the pathway to get that 1,000 kilo total if all goes well in deadlift. You know, prognosis currently stands at 980 with his deadlift opener.
But with missing this, he is going to be chased fairly closely by Isberg.
Yeah, he's definitely not going to want to make any mistakes during that deadlift session. We head now into our final bench of the night. Moritz Taschner from Germany, 327.5 kilos, a 10 kilo jump, just shy of his personal best. Look at all of those plates on the bar.
That is quite a bit higher than most squats we have seen in this competition. And this man will bench press it.
His bench is higher than all of the deadlift openers except his own.
And he gets the bar up. Unfortunately, there is 3 red lights there.
I saw a lot of movement from the glute area. And really, when you're in that position, your body just says, do whatever you can to make sure this 327 kilos doesn't fall on my face.
Absolutely. And that wraps up the session.
Absolutely, and we are going to head into a 10-minute break before deadlifts to see the conclusion of the 120 and 120 plus men in the juniors and sub-juniors. We'll catch you there.
forecasted total.
Hello and welcome back to Costa Rica. We are here in San Jose, joining you for the Deadlift Showdown, the final session of the Equipped Sub-Junior and Junior World Championships. We're starting off with a 120, then on to 120 plus. Here we have a look at the subtotals. Unfortunately, two lifters unable to put up a subtotal, one without a bench, one without a squat. But things are looking fairly interesting as we go into round 3. On subtotals, Lysenko and Sip are very closely matched. Of course, their deadlift openers differ by 45 kilos, so Sip will go well into the lead. But we have a surprise podium favorite at this point for the bronze medal, the Mongolian. And we are already off with Chris Grondin. 3 white lights for the Great Brit.
And as a result of 2 lifters being disqualified from the 120 juniors, actually Grondin's going to end up in that top 5 position as well.
Speaking of lifters who got disqualified, 235 kilos on the bar for Ryan Creasy. Was unable to register a bench.
And he was a real contender for not just the podium but the silver overall.
Yeah, he was looking really close to Lysenko, but unfortunately without a bench he cannot do it. He can still fight it out for deadlift medals, although with this opener this seems somewhat unlikely.
Yeah, and the clock's ticking down, but we can't see him. And it seems like he's not in the holding area waiting to come out for his deadlift. And
yeah, that's Jargel Suren waiting.
yeah, and it's strange because it seems like the rest of the team are anticipating him coming out. He's not X'd out his deadlift at all, but I can't see them in the wings. So perhaps they're giving him a little bit of extra time before he comes out. The warm-ups maybe not timed too well. But I can see his family and they look a little bit confused as well. So I think everybody else isn't sure what's going on except what I imagine Ryan and the coaches.
Oh, the clock ticks down and there's going to be a no lift for Creasy. 240 kilos on the bar for Bayar Magnai Jargel Suren of Mongolia. I think they lowered the opening attempt, realizing perhaps that they are in with a shot of a bronze medal, deciding just play it a bit safer, which I think is the absolute reasonable thing to do here. He's well ahead of the other 2 if he gets a deadlift in. That is 3 white lights.
250 kilos for Agnes Vatman Allison. Roland. Alexei Lysenko, Ukraine, get ready.
Magnus Vatnamot Halvorsen now 250 kilos. He gets this. He is your 120 sub-junior world champion. So this is a big lift. And it's absolutely breezy for him. He blew from the center referee though.
Yeah, I'll have a look at that again in the replay. Magnuson looking back to see what that was for. And I assume it was for the centre referee thinking he might have used the legs to help, but I think it's just his positioning. I don't think there's anything technically wrong with that.
Yeah, he leaned quite far backwards, but I think he should be very much okay there. 270 kilos for Oleksiy Lysenko, currently 6 for 6, and looking to continue that perfect run in a very strong position to take the silver medal. And that is a strong first attempt.
3 white lights, a good lift, and yeah, with that, like you said, in a pretty strong position, something would have to go pretty wrong for him not to walk away with that silver medal overall. little less of a fight than I think Team Ukraine probably expecting, now that Team USA are out of the fight for that.
And the bar is loaded at 275 for Jean-Paul Saicedo Martinez. In contention for a deadlift medal if this goes well. Definitely an athlete built for deadlift with those long arms. A 2-to-1 good lift. The yellow, I would presume, would be for letting go of the bar a bit too early. He did release the grips somewhat on the way down. We'll see on the replay. Well, he stayed with it. I think he should be okay. 300 kilos on the bar for Josue Aguilera. Definitely a contender for a deadlift medal here.
Unfortunately, another lifter, both American lifters actually in this flight, not being able to post a total. But like you said, in contention for a deadlift medal, and I believe got a bench press bronze as well.
He did indeed, yes.
And that's a tricky looking opener as well, yeah.
3 red lights and his grip was giving up on the top. Perhaps the lockout just not quite there.
Yeah, and his hips just don't seem to be through quite enough. And like you said, grip started going as well. And, you know, grip strength a lot of the time also is just a strength issue, period.
315 kilos on the bar for our last opening attempt for Ondrej Sip. With this, he pulls well into the lead in the junior 120s. Of course, needs to go well. Seems to go very well. 3 white lights. Sip is on the board and in the lead.
And 2 lifters without a bench in on the board, and it's the 2 lifters who aren't able to qualify a total at the moment in any case.
Well, things just seem to go more and more wrong for them, as we have Chris Grondin going for 225, a 25 kilo jump, which at these weights is fairly large, but I think it should be fairly doable, and it is. Really comfortable second attempt there for the Brit.
Yeah, and it does make me wonder what was the issue for squat, that he had to take 75 kilo token squat.
Considering he opened deadlift 50 kilos below his personal best, perhaps something in the posterior chain not feeling quite right, and playing it safe with the deadlifts, seeing how he feels. 235 going for a second time for Ryan Creasy.
Yeah, last time he didn't come out, this time he is here, and I don't know whether that was a timing issue in terms of coming out, a timing issue in terms of warming up, or a deliberate decision. Either way, here he is.
We'll see what that was right now. And that is a lightning fast lift. Yellow light from the right side referee.
Yeah, I think they just didn't think he put the bar down properly. We'll have a look here. So you have to bring the bar down with your hands all the way. I think he did. I think he just stopped it from bouncing a little bit after the fact.
Yeah. Bayer Magnai, Yargar Suren of Mongolia, 260 kilos on the bar. Not really in contention for a deadlift medal, but in a very comfortable third place overall. Oh, and he just cannot lock it out. Just cannot lock it out.
Yeah, I mean, luckily for him, I think he's in a position now where the bronze overall is more or less secured. The next closest person is Casido Martinez, and he's 62.5 kilos off.
That would be 162.5 kilos off.
Yeah, sorry.
He'd have
Which,
to
you know,
pull,
is an even bigger gap.
he'd have to pull well into the world record territory to catch him, and I don't think that's feasible. Magnus Vatnamot Halvorsen, 275, taking a 25 kilo jump, edging closer to his personal best, both in deadlift and in total, and still looking fairly comfortable. 2-1 good lift. This time a red from the center referee. That would be for lack of lockout. We'll see on the replay. I think he should be okay there. Oleksiy Lysenko now 285. This is to jump to deadlift silver. He is well set in overall silver. Yargar Suren would again have to pull fairly close to a world record to be able to get close.
And it is tough, but manages to lock it out once again. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Bars loaded.
292.5 on the bar for Jean-Paul Caicedo Martinez.
Just 2.5 kilos shy of his best ever deadlift. Well above his best ever total if he's to make this. A solid looking second attempt for Jean-Paul, and with the 5 who are still able to post a total and have secured their total, they're all so far apart from each other that really every single position in the 120 juniors is set from 1st to 5th.
I would agree. Any movement here would require monstrous numbers that are just not gonna happen at this point. But there is still some medals in the deadlift to play for. And one of the athletes who will try and put his stake on a medal will be Josue Aguilera, going for 300 kilos for a second time. Could not quite lock it out sufficiently on his first try. I don't think that's going to be sufficient. Again, 2 yellows in the red.
Yeah, really sticky situation to be in. Obviously can't post a total anyway, but you know, you would want to see him finish on a high and potentially get a deadlift medal. It might be a bronze at this point, but definitely worth taking away.
For the final second attempt here of the 120s, 332.5 for Andrei Sip.
Yeah, certainly on path to get that 1,000 kilo total. If he gets this, it's 990, and I imagine he'll be looking to add a 10 kilo jump on top of this.
Yeah, I see pretty much nothing else here for him.
And 10 kilos, to me, certainly seems like it's there.
Completely reasonable.
Established in the lead of the class, showing that he's at the gold. He's 10 more kilos to reach 1,000 kilos. Either one stops when this one cheeky. 5 more lifts to take the others of the 100 dresses.
And we head into the third round of deadlifts here. Ooh, bar Jose Aguilera have a deadlift on the board.
And starting off that final round of deadlifts will be Chris Grondin with 240 kilos. The 225 was very comfortable. The 240 I expect to be not very different. And at this point he is just enjoying himself on the international platform. Well, perhaps not as fast as you would expect, but it's 3 white lights and a completely reasonable third attempt there.
From Mongolia, 260 after missing it in the second round. This third in the class weight, 55. This is still fourth in the deadlift event.
Just 7 deadlifts remaining before we conclude the 120 sub-junior and juniors and head into the final flight of the equipped portion of this championships with the 120 plus sub-junior and juniors.
From the looks of it, the battle for the deadlift medals here will be between Lysenko, Saicedo, Aguilera and Sip. Sip already very firmly in the lead there. And there we have Bayer Magna Jargalsuren, 260 kilos, going for a second time. Just needs to lock it out a bit better. And this time I think he does it. You see the lights, it's a 2-to-1 good lift, a red still from the left hand side referee. But it was of course much better than the previous time. And with the jury, I think, not overruling the lift, he finishes on a high and he finishes in overall bronze.
The bar is loaded.
275 on the bar for Ryan Creasy. 40 kilo jump, still well below his personal best, but wants to finish the competition on a high. absolutely flies up. 3 white lights. And that is a finish on a high for Creasy.
Of the 120 pluses, we have Magnus Anderson, Norway, and then Oleksiy Lysenko, Ukraine. Bars loaded.
Magnus Vatna mot Halvorsen, 285 kilos on the bar to finish strong in the 120 sub-juniors. He is your world champion. This will give him a nice total personal best. Oh, and it's hard work towards the top. Let's see if the referees are satisfied with the lockout. Unfortunately not. That is 3 red lights. Still walks home with the title, which is nothing to be ashamed of, something to be very proud of, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. And a day of adversity, he should be very proud that he carried himself through with his head held high.
In the class. Final attempt to change the orders for the 120 pluses. Bars loaded.
And the bar is loaded for Oleksiy Lysenko. 8 for 8 so far, 297.5 kilos on the bar. Looking to finish in a very strong second position in the 120s. And with a sizable personal best on both deadlift and total.
No, just a little bit too much, unfortunately, but still secures that silver overall.
USA representing 343rd time.
3 lifts remaining in the 120s, and these will decide your podium for the deadlift. First of those will be Josue Aguilera, United States of America, going for 300 kilos for a 3rd time. He just needs to lock it out completely. And this is what he has done in the past. He knows he can do it. It just needs to fall together for him to grab a deadlift medal. And this time he falls back from the effort, and that is a disappointing finish to his competition.
Yeah, he gives the coach a thumbs up, I think, just lying there contemplating the situation rather than injured.
I am sure he will come back stronger. And then we have an attempt change from Jean-Paul Caicedo Martinez down to 300 kilos. This is for a personal best, for a big milestone for the 19-year-old, fresh out of the sub-juniors, and a 300 deadlift would definitely be something to look forward to right now and to be proud of when he does it. Hopefully right here, right now.
Bars loaded.
This also lands him on a 700 kilo total. Big milestone, both in the 300 kilo deadlift and the 700 kilo total. So 2 for 1 here.
He locks it out. That is 3 white lights. He gets the 300 kilo deadlift, the 700 kilo total, the milestones and the deadlift silver medal most importantly. And we have 1 deadlift remaining for one man who has dominated the 120 juniors and who is looking to reach 1,000 kilos in the total.
Yeah, I mean, based off the 332.5, we knew that the 10 kilo jump was more than reasonable.
It was definitely coming. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen, 342.5 kilos on the bar for Andrei Sip. Your 120 kilo junior world champion wants to grab the 1,000 kilo total. And the bar is loaded. And it just gets out of his hands, and despite being the world champion, I think he'll be slightly disappointed with that.
Yeah, you can see here as he went off the platform as well, he said his grip just went. Yeah, and it went quite quickly, so there's no point trying to keep hold of it. He just couldn't, there was no opportunity to.
That is really unfortunate, but he's still your 120 kilo sub-junior world champion. Well, the junior world champion, the sub-junior world champion is Magnus Vatnamot Halvorsen. And in the 120s, after some fairly significant mix-ups, we have Lysenko in second and Jargal Suren in bronze. In the deadlifts, Sip obviously taking the gold medal, with Haseido Martinez in silver. And we are already off into the 120 pluses before I finish, so I give you off to Emilia.
And as you said, into the 120 plus sub-junior and junior categories, we can see the running order as it stands all the way up to openers of 350. A huge amount of weight we're about to see move. Nicholas Majendi from the United States, 192.5. All of these athletes looking to secure their total with this opening attempt. That is a good lift, 3 white lights. And it seems like we've had some first attempt changes in the time they were warming up, which I'll mention as we get there. But first, Sebastian Abrego Blanco from Costa Rica, 200 kilos. A little bit of a shaky start, but a good lift, 3 white lights.
And we'll see on the replay, he was a bit unstable throughout the lift, but it went up really fast, so there's surely plenty left in the tank.
Jakub Podmacek from Slovakia, opening on 230 kilos, 10 kilos below his best. A little slow towards lockout, but a very solid first attempt. 3 white lights, a good lift. I know Raffen Magnusson from Iceland coming out for his opening attempt now of 240 kilos.
This will already be a 17.5 kilo personal best on his total. He has done great so far in this competition. Big personal best on all lifts.
That is very comfortable, 20 kilos below his best. 3 white lights, a good lift.
It only takes a single yow from the Icelandic coach for the bar to get up, and it has quite a way to get up.
Now, one of the 2 athletes who changed their opening attempt, and I believe he upped it from 200 to 250. I might be wrong, but Guanting K now, 250 is his opening attempt.
I can confirm he upped it from 200 to 250 kilos.
There we go. So a little gameplay there by Chinese Taipei. This would already move his total PB from 883 to 925, and he does it with ease.
Has 3 white lights, and yeah, a bit of gamesmanship, giving the other guys hope that maybe if they pull 400 they can catch him, but at this point they cannot.
And it lands him 17.5 kilos off the World Sub-Junior total record, which is definitely what they're going to be shooting for today. Simon Kral now from Czechia. 285 kilos in the bar.
Three white lights, a good lift for Kral.
Singling for Martin Kudla, Slovakia. Dwayne Coleman, get ready. Bars loaded.
Martin Putera from Slovakia. 285 kilos on the bar. And I'm a little worried about that lockout.
Yeah, he was leaning really far backwards, and there's the red lights. 2-1, no lift. Just leaned too much backwards.
Yeah, and as a result of that, his knees, I think, also became unlocked.
Because at a certain point in the lift, he was practically locked out, but as he went shoulders so far back, the knees just couldn't keep straight.
I mean, locked out, you really just need to be upright. Keep shoulders back, hips through, knees straight. And it sounds like a lot, but it means you don't need to go past that parallel point necessarily too much or at all. Dwayne Coleman now for the United States, 300 kilos on the bar. And it moves very quickly.
It's a 2-1 good lift.
There's a yellow from the center referee. Have a look at that again in the replay.
It might be for the unconventional way he drops it.
Yeah, but he does bring it all the way down to the floor. Now, the other athlete who changed their opener, and I believe Axel, has upped it to try and push for that silver against Coleman. So this actually puts him ahead of Coleman, currently moving into the second attempt with 330. And it's very comfortable.
And it's 3 white lights for Isberg. They're gonna be neck and neck with Coleman.
And our final opening attempt belongs to Moritz Taschner from Germany, and we knew that he was our favorite to win, and he is the first person in this championship to go over that 1,000 kilo total. With this 350, it will take him to 1,067.5 kilos, a tremendous amount of weight.
Talk about leaving the 1,000 kilo number in the dust. 1067.5.
Yeah, his personal best at 1075. So really, really close to that already. Wow. Very quick, and it is a good lift. 3 white lights.
No issue at all there. 350 kilos moving scary fast here.
And with that, we move on to the second round. All but one lift up. Butera from Slovakia with a deadlift in on the board and total secured. We move into the second round now, where Butera will get another chance to get that deadlift. But the results as they stand, you can see Kay leading by a long way in the sub-juniors, Taschner in the juniors, and then a tight battle for that silver between Eastberg and Coleman. Nicholas Magendi now, 215. Pretty big jump here. Matching his personal best.
He has to work for it. But it's up and it's down, and it's 3 white lights. That is a good lift for the American.
Get ready. Bars loaded.
Sebastian Abrego Blanco from Costa Rica, taking 20 kilo jump to 220. A little shaky on his knees towards lockout, but still moving at a pretty similar pace. 2 to 1, a good lift, and that's what that blue light probably is for the knee unlocking and locking from the shake. We haven't reached the final position yet, I don't think.
Yeah, the knees were definitely shaking a lot between the overextended and somewhat locked position. But I think he should be okay there.
Jakub Podmacic from Slovakia, jumping 10 kilos to 240 to match his personal best. If he gets this, he has the silver overall secured.
And that is a 2 to 1 good lift. Red light from the left side. I'd almost expect a blue here.
Yeah, that's the only card I would argue for, but referees seem happy with it. They are in dispute about it. One jury member really keen to turn it to a no lift, and another pretty keen to keep it as a good lift, which means it should remain as a good lift. Einar Raffin Magnusson from Iceland, 262.5, a 22.5 kilo jump.
Three white lights, a good lift. And continuing the strong performance.
Guantin K now from the Chinese Taipei, 270 kilos, a 20 kilo jump, a 7 kilo personal best on deadlift, and a 20 kilo personal best on total, which he already beat with his opening attempt. 2.5 kilos off the world sub-junior total record with that attempt. 3 white lights. Oh, yeah, you're absolutely right. That should have been announced as a new record. So that was a new world sub-junior record by 2.5 kilos, not under the current record. So I think just a technical issue, that not coming up on the screen. But whatever he does for his third is going to be an extension of that.
Well, he scratched it. He got the record and he's happy with it.
Well, as long as he knows and the record books know, then everyone else will soon after find out. Martin Pitera now for Slovakia, 285.
And it looks a lot better this time. 3 white lights, he does not overextend as much. And the lockout is sufficient for all 3 of the referees. He's on the board.
And that pretty much secures that 5th place overall for him as well.
Personal best. Simon Crown, get ready.
Dwayne Coleman from the United States, 315 kilos, and in a battle for silver overall with Axel Isberg from Sweden. 315 will pull him back ahead of Isberg with him to follow. It's very quick. Again, it's hard to tell with that lockout. Yeah.
And this time, unfortunately, the referee is not satisfied with the lockout.
Let's have a look at that again. You also get a yellow from the center and side referee.
He almost has to shrug the bar up, his huge legs.
That would have been a blue in any case, you know? Simon Krau now, 320, a enormous jump here. And this will take him into deadlift bronze for the time being.
Well, it's 10 kilos off his personal best, so maybe he was just conserving energy. Time will tell, the next 10 to 15 seconds will tell.
Yeah, still a pretty big jump. But, wow. And look at that.
Reasonable second attempt. He's in the deadlift podium positions, well into deadlift podium positions.
Yeah, I think it will be only Coleman that could potentially take that from him. And that's obviously if Kral also misses that third attempt. Does make me wonder why the big jump, but we'll see where he moves on to in his third. For now, Axel Isberg from Sweden, 345, a 15 kilo jump was opener, keeps him in silver, especially with Coleman having missed that second attempt. Give him 1,000 kilo total, just 5 kilos off his best ever total.
And he seems strong. 3 white lights for Isberg.
Now, another big jump, and I honestly thought he was a little out of reach of the World Junior deadlift record with a 350 opener, but jumping to 372.5 leaves him not so far off the record of 390. So we'll see how this moves and see if that 17.5 kilo jump is reasonable enough. But for his second attempt, 372.5, so give him a 1,090 kilo total. he is your 120 plus junior world champion.
Looks about the same as the opener, maybe just a smidge of struggle towards the lockout, but it's 3 white lights and he's going strong. He's not far off the record.
No, he's not at all. Do you think there's another 17 and 18 kilos in there?
There might be, and he might as well try. Isberg's not going to be taking a 90 kilo jump, so
Yeah, and it depends whether he's going for the record or maybe an even 1,100 kilo total. He'll push whichever one is more sweet to him. But we head into the third round of deadlifts now to conclude the equipped portion of the championships and see who ends up with what medal here in the 120 pluses. See some huge totals up on that screen, 2 already north of 1,000 kilos. We've already seen 6 attempt changes come in. Nicholas Magendi, 227.5 kilos for his final attempt.
and it's quite a battle, but he gets it up. His 3 white lights and a strong finish to the competition.
Will be the bronze medalist of the 120 plus juniors. 250 for Sebastian Blanco, Reno, Costa Rica. 30-kilo jump.
250 kilos for Sebastian Prego Blanco from Costa Rica. Took a 20 kilo jump from first to second. Now looking for a 30 kilo jump from second to third. To take him over the 600 kilo total mark. It's a huge jump though. And his second looked a little bit shaky. We'll see how this goes.
Seems like a large jump, but we'll see if he has it in him.
Wow.
Oh, it's definitely close, but unfortunately just not enough today. It was an ambitious jump.
Yeah, and I was wondering if that was one of those, hey coach, let me just load this up, please, situations.
Well, he had nothing to lose, was not in the fight for medals. Why not try it on the international / home stage?
Jakub Pudmacek now 250 kilos, already has the silver in deadlift and total in the 120 plus sub juniors. This is for a deadlift and total personal best. And a lot of speed off of the floor, but just gets stuck closer to the top, which is usually the opposite characteristics you see from a sumo pull.
But of course, equipped sumo and a super heavyweight lifter is another combination.
Absolutely. Different factors, different results. Bar is loaded for Einar Raffen Magnusson from Iceland, 275 kilos. Doesn't change his position on deadlift or in total. He'll land in 6th on both, but it will give him a new personal best on both deadlift and on total.
And it's quite a fight towards the top. He's not giving up. but unfortunately the weight proves just a smidge too heavy.
Yeah, a valiant effort though. He really held that last position, trying to pull through his hips as long as he could. And he gave it absolutely everything there. Just 5 lifts remaining. Only Majendi has successfully hit that final attempt. Similar pattern to that we saw of the 120s. Let's see if Martin Patera from Slovakia can change that. Has jumped 20 kilos to 305 for a deadlift personal best, but also to hit that 900 kilo total for the very first time.
Huge milestone. Not many people can say they have hit it. Let's see if Martin Putera can or will be able to after today.
Yeah, just needs to be careful of that final lockout position. It stung him on his opener.
And unfortunately just too much.
But another year left in the juniors, so can chase that 900 kilo total for another year before he hits the opens.
This is the force to deadlift event and 30 seconds in the class.
Now looking to pull himself for the time being into silver overall and to deadlift bronze ahead of Isberg. The Isberg still to follow. Dwayne Coleman from the United States. So upped his attempt anyway after missing 315 on his second. Got 3 reds on his second attempt. A red and 2 yellows, 322.5 kilos to provisionally take silver overall. Lands him on a 1,002.5 kilo total, so hitting that 1,000 mark for the very first time. Again, it's very quick to the top, but is it locked out enough?
3 red lights, and unfortunately there is just not enough for Coleman, who will be getting the bronze medal overall today.
Yeah, and there's no doubt in question about his strength. It's just the finish on that deadlift. And we've seen attempt changes come in from Team Czechia, and I imagine we'll see a drop potentially from Team Sweden.
Well, Simon Kral is going for
I think he's just going for a total personal best of 950, currently at 940, as well as a deadlift personal best. He already has deadlift bronze secured with his second attempt of 320 now that Coleman missed his second and third. Just looking for a big finish on the day. Some words of encouragement there from his coach. And the bar is loaded for Simon Kral, 345 kilos.
And this is going to be a fight. And it's going. I told you he's gonna fight for it, but unfortunately just too heavy today for Simon Kral. Still walks home with a deadlift bronze.
Yeah, and we're still at that place where only Nicholas Majendi in the sub-juniors has made that final attempt.
That is true, and we have 2 lifts remaining in the equipped portion of this World Championships.
First up of which is Axel Isberg from Sweden, looking to move into deadlift gold ahead of Tashna, who's to follow. A big jump here, nothing to lose. The silver is secured, the 1,000 kilo total is secured. Might as well go for it at this point. So the bar is loaded, 372.5 kilos. So land him on 1,027.5 kilo total. Oh, and just loses grip there at the top. What a shame.
Just drops out of his hands, and that means Tasher will be going home with a deadlift medal, a bench press gold medal, and the overall title. But with what number?
Yeah.
Will be 1090 or 1100?
Yeah, and I suspected that they'd be pushing for the 1100 total rather than the world record. It seems well within reach, a little bit more so than the 390. And it might be there, but it may not be a risk worth taking if they want that 1100 before he ages out. So for one last time, your junior world champion in the 120 plus is Moritz Taschner from Germany, 382.5 for a 1,100 kilo total. An absolutely huge end to the championships. Oh,
And it's up!
gets the down command.
And there is
Three white lights, a good lift, and he lands on the 1,100 kilo total and the win overall. Absolutely incredible. A medal in every discipline and a huge total to end on. What an incredible day for the young athlete.
What a show it has been. What a show these athletes had given us. We had seen records absolutely smashed out of the water.
Yeah, there's been drama, excitement, records, everything you want from a session. And your 120 plus junior world champion is Moritz Taschner with 1,100 kilo total. And in the sub juniors, we have Kay with 945 kilo total and a new sub junior total record. We're going to head straight into the medal ceremony now, and that is the end of the equipped portion of the championships. Join us tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. local time for the 53 kilo sub-junior and junior classic. As we kick off that portion of the championships, we will see you then.
So we'll start off with the sub-juniors under 120. Spot goal goes to Norway with 340, Magnus Batterman Alderson. Magnus, you can stay on the podium because you also have bench press goals with 212.5. And what a surprise, you have deadlift goal with 275. So obviously he's the champion of the 128. 27.5 world champion Magnus Batterman Alderson from Norway. Now everyone please stand up for the Norwegian national anthem. Now the 120 pluses for the squad event. Bronze medalist with 280 from the USA, Nicholas McGandy. Silver medalist with 300 from Slovakia, Jakub Kufancic. And the gold medalist shattering the previous world record by 60 kilos with 440 kilos, Wu Tang-Sing Ki from Chinese Taipei. What a world record that was. Thank you. Moving on to the bench press. Bronze medalist with 162.5 from Slovakia, Jakub Budmarczyk. Silver medalist with 190 from the USA, Nicholas McGinley. And the gold medal goes to Chinese Taipei with 235, Guanting Ki. Thank you. In the deadlift event, bronze medalist with 227.5 from the USA, Nicholas McGinley. Silver medalist with 240 kilos from Slovakia, Jakub Podmarczyk. And the gold medal goes to Guanting Ki in Chinese Taipei with 270. Thank you. Bronze medalist overall with 697.5 from the USA, Nicholas McGinley. Silver medalist gets the title of vice champion with 702.5 from Slovakia, Jakub Podmarczyk. With 945, the world champion from Chinese Taipei, Guanting Ki. Now, everyone, please rise for the national anthem of Chinese Taipei. Well done, boys. Thank you very much. Into the juniors we go with the under 120s. Bronze medalist of the squad event. So bronze medalist of the squad event with 352.5. Gagal Suren Balamanyan from Mongolia. Silver medalist with 382.5 from Ukraine, Oleksiy Lutsenko. And the gold medal goes to Czechia and Andrei Sip with 390. Thank you. Bench press event with 252.5 bronze medalist from the USA, Ruth Aguilera. With 267.5 silver medalist comes from Czechia, it is Andrei Sip. gold medalist of the bench press event with massive 275 from Ukraine, Oleksiy Lysenko. Thank you, boys. Moving on to the deadlift event. Bronze medalist with 285 from Ukraine, Oleksiy Lysenko. Silver medalist with 300 kilos from Colombia, Jean-Paul Caseído Martinez. And deadlift gold goes to Czechia and Andrei Sip with 332.5. Thank you. The final placings now. Bronze medalist of the class with 855 from Mongolia, Yanol Bayamana. Vice champion, silver medalist with 942.5 from Ukraine, Oleksiy Lysenko. And 2025 junior under 120 whip world champion with 990 from Czechia, Andrei Sip. Now everyone, please stand up for the national anthem of Czechia. Congratulations once again. Now the 120 plus juniors. Do we have bronze medal this far? Yes, we do. Bronze medalist with 390 from Sweden, Axel Isberg. Silver medalist with 400 from Germany, Moritz Sachner. Gold medalist with a massive squat of 430 from the USA, Dwayne Coleman. Thank you. Straight into the bench press now. Bronze medalist with 250 from the USA, Dwayne Coleman. Silver medalist with 265 Axel Isberg. And the gold medalist for the humongous 317.5 from Germany, Moritz Daschner. Thank you. Deadlift bronze with 320 goes to Czechia and Simon Proud. Deadlift silver with 345 goes to Sweden and Axel Isberg. And deadlift gold with 382.5 goes to Germany and Moritz Daschner. Thank you. Lastly, the final placings. Bronze medalist of the 120 pluses juniors with 980 kilos from the USA, Dwayne Coleman. Silver medalist, vice champion with 1,000 from Sweden, Axel Isberg. And he's world champion of the 120 pluses with 1,100 from Germany, Moritz Daschner. $1,100, that is